Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Thursday, June the 25th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of Trading Room. Thank you, William. Guys can hear me, see me in the YouTube room. So I saw Micron had a good day. So Micron, I guess, is lifting a lot of the tech stocks this morning, obviously. Micron had earnings after hours. And finally, the market rewarded them. There was a beat raise, but the market did not say, who cares? This time they cared. So great move for Micron, up 17%, lifting most of the, probably I'm sure the SMH. Am I okay in YouTube? Thank you, Ozzy. Okay, thank you, Pepe. All right, AZI is up because it's a low flow China stock. Is there any news? Yeah, I don't see any news. Well, there was some news after hours yesterday. I see it's 416, signs of $5.25 million securities purchase agreement with an undisclosed institutional investor. Okay, so that was a little bit of news they had after hours yesterday. Lots and lots of room for this one on a month. Well, okay, 222 is the next high looking left on the daily chart. After that, it is 378. What did it get to this morning? So it did get up to that high, a little bit above that high in the pre-market. Mimi, I saw Mimi early. MIMI, Mimi, Yaz Digital and Mint Incorporation form a strategic joint venture. Guess what? To advance robotics and AI insurance solutions. So there's your reason for Mimi being up. Another China stock, low flow China stock, 1.32 million in the float, 31 million have traded already. Let's see, why is this one down? Spry, SPRY. Just looking to see if there's any news on Spry. I don't see that it's an earnings play. It is a bio, so maybe some bad data coming out. Okay, so I don't know if this is it. ARS, yeah, that's it. Okay, ARS Pharmaceuticals plunges 23% as whatever this is, as Neffy fails to secure insurance coverage. Neffy nasal spray failed to secure commercial insurance coverage. So that's the reason. That's the reason for Spry being down. Actually, yeah, ILLR just popped up here. Yeah, ILLR just popped up here. Thank you, William. To acquire significant SpaceX position as a strategic treasury asset. Okay. Why not? Low float, not crazy low. 14 million in the float for ILLR. Out of the US. Just looking here to see if there's. Yeah, I don't see any other than that. What does that mean? A significant SpaceX position, a significant one of these words they use. Well, William, you know what I'll do? I'll check the. You don't have to go here. I don't. Boy, remember the days I used to have to go here 2 or 3 times a day just to check to see what the float was. See what they've got. They've got the float at 14.47 million. Yes. So the dilution tracker, there it is, 14.47. That's where we're getting our data. And you know what? I'm going to believe them. I said I would look at Toyo this morning. Just in case. What a bleak day it had yesterday. No bounce at all. Man, what a all day short. All day short. Yeah. Why do I say that? Look where it closed. Well, it's a weekly, but there's the daily. Look where it closed, right at the low of the day. It held it all day long. But I was wondering if it would have a bounce. The reason it was down, they did an $11 million or a financing at $11. So I'm wondering if it'll bounce at all. The 200-day moving average is at 867. I will put a price alert there. First of all, just to see if it gets close. Probably they had a reverse split they missed. See if our news has any. Go back and see. Well, even our news has that announcement though regarding the significant. I wonder what that means. Significant. Yeah, I see upcoming stock splits this week, June the 22nd to June the 26th. So they must have done a split. And the market's having a nice little lift this morning. The SPY is up 5.4, 5.4. SPY was down a little. Qs were down a little. Dow was up yesterday. Let's take a look at the major indexes or the sectors this morning. I was going to say semis have to be on top with the Micron earnings release. So there we are. SMH right on top. Tech, silver. Interesting. Silver's on not spiking down. We got communications, XLP, Staples. So as we speak, these ones in red. These are the ones that are below yesterday's close, and of course, these ones in green are above yesterday's close. I think this one is popping also, guys. PRFX. PRFX. Well, it was popping. And they reported expanded preclinical results for their drug in head-to-head comparison with approved benchmark. Let's mull this one over, guys. MULL. Wow, this is the right. Okay, this is the two-time ETF for Micron. Stupid. I mean, it's too expensive. Why not just buy this? Well, I mean, you get two-time the move. I get it, but okay, guys. I'm looking at SpaceX. I wonder if it's just going to kind of settle down now for a while. This is an earnings play, guys. Nano is a cheap one. Yeah, very cheap. Forget about it. Cheap earnings play. Not good. TCOM. Okay, actually, there's a TCOM is an earnings play, guys, and this is getting hit 12% down. Big float. Singaporean stock. Sort of trying to maybe hold the VWAP. I'm looking at the VWAP right there, the purple line in my chart, trying to hold the VWAP. So yeah, I guess keep an eye on TCOM, guys. See what it does right around the VWAP. It's trying to hold it, maybe, or if it plunges down below, this could be. Where is this in terms of lifetime range? Well, I'm going to have to take a look at a monthly chart to see where the next low is, because this could be one of those that might be an all-day short. Well, maybe not. The next low looking left. 38.23 is the next low looking left, and that was back in August of 2024. Okay, so a little bit of room still on the monthly chart to move down if it wants to. Gonna watch this one for a while. This TCOM. Wow. Remember when Urenda was a lot? Well, this is Urenda. I mean, they call themselves Uren Digital, but when it was a lot more expensive. That is weird, look, William. I don't have but again, it could be one of the. I think it's possible that these are actual. We don't show them on our charts anymore. We used to show these big spikes, sometimes big spikes up and down. They are technically prints, but we don't show them on the charts anymore. I'm not saying that is the reason for what you're seeing for SpaceX. There wasn't one on SpaceX. Okay. We used to see it all the time. And usually at 8 o'clock or something, 8 o'clock Eastern time, you'd see some of the big, even the SPY, you see the big spike up or down on the SPY, Amazon, Microsoft, you pick any one of these large cap stocks, and that's what you'd see. And Chris used to have to answer these questions all the time. And you'd actually go to Interactive Brokers and you would see that there was some kind of a weird print there for sure. But anyway, I cannot say that that's what happened with the SpaceX. Though I do see a big bottoming tail. I do see a big bottoming tail at 9 o'clock for SpaceX. I do have one Interactive Brokers chart. See, I have this big bottoming tail down here. I doubt very much it went from 157. It might have. I mean, I suppose it could have. Whereas I don't have that. I don't think anyway. What time was that? That was at 9 o'clock. That's on my Interactive Broker chart. And at 9 o'clock, we don't have that. We don't have a big bottoming tail. So it's weird. It's kind of weird. Okay, so Mimi is not. Oh, there are some shorts. Interesting. There are some shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. Not a lot. 44,000. Breaking down now underneath the VWAP. But guys, I'm just going to wait for my daily trend reversals. I almost don't have to do any pre-market work anymore. I'm just sort of waiting on my daily trend reversals and see what happens. Oh, Mimi is a no trade. Okay, well, thanks for that. WYY. Well, here's the pattern. Look at this. I mean, can you look at this? I mean, it's crazy. 635. It gets up to $64. I don't know how much volume was up right up there, but probably not much looking at the VWAP. But right back down to 24, and that's the YYY. Sorry, the WYY. Excuse me, the WYY. All right. Well, this is her news, if we can believe it. Okay. WidePoint named single awardee of the 3.1 billion. I don't know what a DHS CWMS 3.0 contract is. 3. DHSs. I don't know what currency that is. Well, I suppose we have to watch it. There are shorts available at Interactive Brokers. Well, guys, this TCOM is still hanging around the VWAP. Okay, it's an earnings play. It's hanging around the VWAP. You have a red ball, so you are not connected correctly. You're right. Maz, are you a new trader? Sorry, are you new to the platform? A new subscriber? All right, so something's going on. It's possible that you have not, even though you may think you may not have signed out your exchange agreements where you have to basically declare that you're not a you're not a professional trader. That has to be done. I'm not saying that's not what you did, but it's possible. The other thing you might want to do is click on the account. If you can see what I'm pointing at, click on your account in the tab, okay? And click reset connection a few times and see if that changes that ball to red. You're not connected. Because you can't be on the web-based version also, okay, at the same time. I don't know if you went there first or the web, okay? But even if you did, if you click on account a couple of times, or click on account, click on reset connection a few times. Oh, I see. So you've had it for 3 months. This is not new today for you. All right. It's very possible then, we have to send out these emails to everybody They, once a year, you have to fill out your exchange agreements. And so it's very possible that you sort of disregarded it. Best thing to do right now, I can't help you. I mean, I can't, I don't know 100% why it's happening. But if you do this, go to info@trade-ideas.com. I'm just putting in the email address. Give them your email address. Okay. Give them your email address and they'll look up your account. Make sure it's your email that you use to sign up for Trade Ideas, and they'll take a look at your account. So, I mean, it's possible that you have not filled out the exchange agreements again. It's a pain. We all have to do it. Doesn't matter who your broker is or what program you're using. If you're getting live data from any program, the exchanges want this information every year. We get audited. Okay, so try that. I have no access to your account, so that's why I can't do it. Okay, but bottom line is there'll be. Yeah, I'll get out of the web-based version then. If the web is working, get out of it. You can't have both up at the same time. That's what I was saying. So exit out, like click on the tab and like exit out of it. Okay. Normally, when you click on account though, and then hit reset connection a few times, usually that boots you out of the other one. But make sure then just get out of the web-based version. Okay. Cannot have both at the same time. Okay, you're talking about the Roblox, RBLX. Let's see what's happening with that one. It's not an earnings play. I don't think it's an earnings play. Nope. What's the problem? Well, I mean, it's down a little bit, but class action. Okay, well, these are the lawyers who come out. Okay, and surprise age verification impact. So, what are they supposed to? You're supposed to answer. You're only so you have to be a certain age to be able to use this. 30 seconds. Okay, thank you, William. Okay, guys, let's have a great trading day, everybody. I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. However, I'm revamping that a little bit if I get one in the daily trend reversal that I like. That's interesting. Okay, Maz, I'm sorry I can't help you, but you'll just look at your account and figure out. I mean, the other thing is, but if you've had the program for 3 months, you obviously know that username and password are case sensitive, etc. In case you did it again or input it again, I should say. All right, let's see. So there's the ILLR. So big pullback. I'm sorry, it was not a big pullback. I thought it was. Well, I was thinking of Mimi that was at $4. So this is really ripping now, guys. Whether we think the news is stupid or not doesn't really matter, does it? Their high right there on the weekly chart is 332. Takes that out. The next high on the weekly chart is 419. So there is room if it takes out that 332. And it did that this morning, I believe. No, it did not. Okay. Give me one moment. Yeah, the 935. Yes. No, no, it is not. It is not. Sorry, it is not. It's 940. You can change it. You know how to do that? 161. You've got another 3 minutes. You know how to do that? Just go to the count, or sorry, to go to the time, the time filter, and change the 10 to 5. You know how to do that? So this is the don't repeat version, but it's the same thing. So if you want to change it, right click, configure all. Both are checked. Edit the selected, and you see where it says time of day. Yours will say 10. Just change that to 5 if you want, and then say okay. All right. Well, here's Rocket Labs, or Rocket Company, excuse me, RKT in the large cap race. Now, remember 161, and anybody else listening to this, if I get an alert, doesn't mean I'm just taking the trade immediately. I still have to look at the chart, see if there's room for it to move. So it's not like I'm just because I get an alert there, I'm taking the trade. Yeah, CUST is up here. KUST is up here. Underneath the VWAP right now, had a big pop in the pre-market, 344, got back down to 197. The VWAP is right there. If it takes it out, might have another run. This seems to be typical now. We're getting these, these stocks that pop in the pre-market, come back down under the VWAP, and then we wait to see if the VWAP gets taken out again. And then a lot of times if it does, they maybe challenge that pre-market high. Well, what is wrong with me? What did I say this in the pre-market? I want to watch TCOM. Ah. Now, this is a little bit different here. This is a gold play from the scan. I typically don't take trades that are so tied in unless they have news on their own. I don't take oil plays or energy plays or precious metal plays because they're so tied into the overall sector usually, unless they have some news on their own. So I see run as a potential short here. Okay. Next low looking left is way down there. So I'll put a price alert at the low of the day and see if it takes that out again. Run was a big one from yesterday, though. Look what it did. I mean, you can see what it did. I mean, it got over the 200-day moving average, got all the way up to 1682, but look where it closed. Closed all the way down here at 1440. So that was not a good close. So my plan on this one is to see if it takes out that low again for the run, and I may take the short on that if it does. Probably gonna regret not taking the IAG, but you were talking about BlackBerry earlier. Yeah. So BB, yeah, it's an earnings play. No, they don't make phones anymore. Company reported better than expected Q1 financial results and raise. So it's a beat, must be a beat raise. Yeah, I mean, you don't have to do it 161. You know, I mean, you don't even have to put that in at all. You know, if you want to see an alert right at 9:30, you will. I just found that, you know, you'll get probably a ton of stocks coming at you right at 9:30. Well, okay, unusual. You're being really picky here. Okay. VKTX. Okay, what is this one doing? This is so on the daily weekly, it doesn't have any resistance that I can see. The next resistance is on the monthly around 40. Not saying it's going to get there, of course. Okay, FCUV halted on the way down. NDRA halted on the way down. QXO, too bad. Look left. Too much resistance for me. The next high in the weekly chart is 1795. So obviously it's a little close. So I don't like this one. Even though it showed up in one of my scans, I don't like it. Man, oh man, Toyo just keep moving down. Is keeping on moving down. Okay, I mean, come on, is it going to bounce here? There's $7, I believe, 761. So it's below that, and then the next low is $7. I mean, they did the financing at 11. I mean, is it? No bouncing at all. Market is in drift mode now. Well, I'm glad I stuck to my, I kept to my, the way okay, here's run. Okay, I might take the run short. Just give me a moment. Okay. All right, guys, see if this is going to work. I took the run short. Now, I had news yesterday that was pretty, The reason, I mean, but look, it just sold off. Just sold right off. ILLR is not halted according to the halts resume scan. No. All right. So run the next low looking left. I'm not saying it's going to get there, of course, but it's way down there at 1281, 1275. Okay, guys, I am going to cover a little bit of this run short. Okay, I had the news yesterday, and I don't. People might come try to play a bounce on this one early, so taking some of the run off. I'm going to try to let it run more. You don't have to do the same thing, of course. All right, so this next high in a monthly chart, anyway, for the ILLR is around 4, a little over 4. So again, guys, there was the run, okay? 1392 was the alert, but it popped, got over 14, put my price limit right around that level to see if it would take it out again. And that's why I took the trade. Now it's halted. Okay. Now ILLR is halted on the way up. So I'll show you this blue window here. No, there's no set amount. No, Burke. It's a feel, a feel for something, and so there's no set amount. So here's ILLR halted at 394. This column trying to show you where it could open. Most of the time they are 5-minute halts. So if it is a 5-minute halt, this will open at 949 plus 54 seconds. Okay, you just have to keep an eye on this. If you're in this one, usually the first halt is okay. Okay, meaning that it won't plummet when it comes out of the halt. So looking at Bitcoin, yeah, Bitcoin is still under 60,000, 50, little bit under 60. Okay, just give me a moment. Boy, oh boy, guys, Toyo now is right at the $7 level. I mean, that's a monthly low. That's back in what is that? March of 2026. So this year. Okay, March of this year. Right at that low. My goodness. I mean, Micron falling. Yes. Micron. I do have that one thumbnail from 1250 down to 1190. Yeah, it looks even. No big clue as to where it's going to open. So this is one that I might take, if it follows what I'm looking for. So if it pops over, if it opens a little over 394 and then comes back down below 394 and then pops above it, I may take that trade. If it opens below 394, not by a lot, and then pops through that 394, I might take that trade. But if it opens above and keeps running, I'm not taking the trade. Well, now look at run. Look at run. Only 2 alerts from the scan so far. This is the don't repeat version, okay? Okay, if this is going to be a 5-minute halt, this is going to open in a little more than a minute from now. Okay, and that's the ILLR. Now we're starting to see a little bit more of a lift, okay, from the 394. Again, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? This blue window that I demonstrate, nothing to do with trade ideas. Yeah. It's just time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Oh, I see. I got it. Okay. Yeah, I won't. I think my minimum, yeah, is $2. You're talking about the daily trend reversal? Wow, the SPY went from being up about 5 points in the pre-market. Now we're actually gone negative. Qs are still up a little bit. The Dow is up, so there's a bit of a disconnect. Okay, well, this is now not going to be a 5-minute halt, guys. So hmm, that is not going to be a 5-minute halt. So if it's not a 5-minute halt, it's usually always a multiple of 5. So the next will be 954 plus 54 seconds. Okay, when it could open. How do you get rid of the order confirmation prompt? I have no idea. Bam, 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 or bam. Um, and the reason I say that is that I had the program since 2016, and whatever I did back then, I haven't changed at all. So I don't even remember what I did. The order confirmation prompt. I don't have it. Definitely don't have it. I think I know what you mean. If why don't you just, chat GPT or something like that and ask the question, guarantee, or Gemini. I mean, I would use Gemini. Hey, Gemini, I'm using Interactive Brokers. How do I get rid of the order confirmation prompt? Okay. Yeah, run is working out fantastically now, guys. For me, anyway. I mean, the low down here is 1275. Now, the closer it gets to 13, I see Wendy's is halted. William was saying this morning maybe they've got a hold of it. It's halted on the way down. Oh yeah, William, you better take a break. It's interesting. I would have thought we get a few more already, but yeah, just this. Well, doesn't look like, and this looks like it's going to have a decent pop above that 394. So it's probably not going to give me an opportunity to try it. Boy, what a sell off for Micron now. MU, I mean, it's still up, it's still up 10%, but this is a big sell off now. And market is, I don't know if the market is driving it down or Micron's driving the market down, but I don't know what's happening. Who knows? See if I can type in the SPY and see if there's any sort of news that is hitting. So this is the repeating, man, oh man, this has turned, I mean, believe me, I did not think it would do this. I would have taken a lot more. But, I would not got out of some of my position around the 1360 mark. But this is the repeating version, okay? This is what, if you guys load it from my homepage, this is what you're going to see. And this is the don't repeat version. So I can go back and see, well, what time was the first alert for run and what was the price? Why I like to do that is, sometimes I might miss something and maybe it hasn't moved much from the original alert. But this is the repeating version. Every time it makes a new low, you see it. All right, ILLR just opened. Yeah, so this is not going to give me an opportunity to buy it. Wow. Now, what did I say? Run the next low looking left is 12 something, 12. Okay. I've now taken some more off, okay, in case it cannot get through that 13. And then if it does, the next low looking left is right down here at 1271. Again, you guys don't have, if you're in this one, you don't have to listen to me in terms of, taking profit or anything like that. You have to have your own plan. Well, look at that ILLR. Well, okay, the fantasy level. Now, there's a low there. I mean, well, okay, look what it did. That did not pop up to 1323. Okay, the low right there is 1275. If somehow it takes that out, then the next low is 1244. And again, the key for me on the run was this daily candle right here. I mean, this is why we got the alert. But look at where, I mean, it sold off all day. Well, I don't know, all day, but look where it closed. You know, it got up to 1678 and it closed down here at 1440, right at the low of the day, basically. So there was a lot of selling, selling, selling. There was some news on this one. I can't remember what it was, but there was some news on it. Meanwhile, ILLR is going ballistic, yes. It's funny, people ask me about hotkeys, Bishop. I've never used them. I know IB has some hotkeys, but I've never really never used them. Never ever used a hotkey, in fact, for anything. Now, if you were in this one, I hope this looks like it's going to get halted on the way down. Maybe not. No, she's talking about trade station. Oh, I thought you meant trade station. Well, Daniel, you'll have to ask them. But remember, well, TWS is Trader Workstation, okay, but Trade Station, but which is, I guess, obviously within Interactive Brokers as a designation they've got. But then Trade Station, that is it's nothing to do with Interactive Brokers. That's this right up here. Sorry, it's a brokerage platform, Trade Station, which we're now. Oh, I don't want to say affiliated with, but you can use Trade Station now with Trade Ideas. So why doesn't Fidelity let me buy ILLR? Okay, that's a question from our YouTube room. Well, Daniel, no, I didn't try to buy ILL. Monica, could you buy it at Interactive Brokers? Okay. Yeah, some brokers are just preventing you from buying. It's not a super low float. Some brokers are just stepping in and saying, you know what, we think it's too speculative for you. So we're not going to allow you to trade it. IB's doing that a few stocks now, not ILLR. It'll be different from broker to broker. Now, I don't know with Fidelity if you can do the same thing. I know with Thinkorswim and Schwab, you can phone them or you can sort of chat with them and say, listen, I'm prepared to take the risk on these ones that you want to block me from buying. And you sort of sign call it a waiver, a verbal waiver, or maybe, I don't know what they actually make you sign. And then they'll allow you to do it. I don't know if Fidelity allows you to do the same thing. Interactive Brokers does not. But you'll have to contact Fidelity, Daniel. Wow, 10 o'clock already. So Trade Station, the same thing. Are you being blocked by for a lot of one of these ones at Trade Station also, Ozzy? I've actually seen. Well, somebody told me what was the one I couldn't buy this morning? Not that I tried, but Mimi. I couldn't buy Mimi. at Interactive Brokers this morning. Not that I tried, but Monica said that was one of the ones on their list. Oh shoot, I didn't even see this one. So Wen showed up as a short in the scan, but it's halted right now. I would not have been able to get it because the alert was at 9:50, at 7:50, and it got halted right there. So I could not have bought it anyway. And it would have to, and the reason why I got it, the alert was there. It has to remember in that scan, it has to be below the low. If you're shorting, it has to be below the low of the previous day, and that was 7:49 or so, and that's where you got the alert. But it was halted immediately. All right. Well, it's 10:03, guys. So time for my homepage. So you can see that the run is stalling at that 13 level. Okay, if you click on my homepage link, you're going to be taken to my homepage. And on my homepage, you'll see a bunch of information, including some of the scans that I'm currently sharing. So here's how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas right now. You can get 15% off using my promo code, okay? And you'll get 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. Doesn't matter if you pick our standard or our premium service, okay, for that 15%. And as always, all I ask, please use my code if you're going to take out a subscription today, tomorrow, next week, next month. Why? Helps to keep these rooms free. I'm moderating 2 rooms, a YouTube room and the trading room, the main room. And the company tracks the use of these promo codes. And if they see my code being used enough, they don't mind keeping these rooms free. Okay? Now, if you're sitting in YouTube wondering about this room, this is free also. This trading room that I'm pointing at is free also. But there's some added benefits. A lot more interaction with other traders in the room, number one. Number two, if you want to come into a room during the pre-market, this room is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. So you can come and you can interact with other traders during the pre-market. I don't open it. And thank you, Obi, for doing that every day. I live in Vancouver, so too early for me to do that. So that's why Obi does it. I get on the mic sometime between 9 and 9:15 for both rooms. So again, you can stay in YouTube if you want, if you just want to listen to me and see my screen. But if you're looking for more interaction with other traders, you can come into this room. And if you keep scrolling down, if you've clicked on my homepage link and you keep scrolling down right here, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for it right here. It is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. That's what Interactive Brokers doesn't have the deep pockets that Schwab and the other ones have, and that's sort of what they were talking about too. They don't need the headache of litigation. People, complaining that why'd you let me trade that? Now that might be because from a broker's point of view, why wouldn't they let you trade anything? I mean, they generate. IB still generates commissions, half a cent a share. So why wouldn't they let you trade anything? Because it's more money to them. But I guess they've just because this only started, I want to say within a year, within the last year. Okay. But well, I guess they just don't want the headache anymore. I mean, it would make no sense from a business point of view to not allow people to buy, sell what they want, okay? Because they generate income on that, unless these crummy little, silly little low floaters are causing them too much grief. Otherwise, they wouldn't do it. And that could be also William. Anyway, trade of the week, you'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning, and it's free. So, a couple things here. If you are taking out a subscription to Trade Ideas, first thing you must do, or if you're looking at maybe taking out a subscription, here's what you should do. You click on my homepage link and go to the education section right here. Click on the more info and go down here to the getting started with Trade Ideas. So this is mandatory. If you are taking out a subscription, this is not, you should do it. This is mandatory. 12 short videos to get you started. Not going to make you an expert in Trade Ideas, but it'll covers all the key elements of the program. Now, if you don't have the program and you're wondering about it, before you take out a subscription, not knowing anything about it, why would you do that? So why don't you do this? Start off with that second video, go to the end. They're all very short videos. That'll give you an idea about what the program's capabilities are. And it may or may not be what you want. Okay? But if you look at the videos, you think, you know what? It looks really interesting. I should try it. Well, you can try it for a month. If you don't like it, just unsubscribe. Okay? Back to basics. If you are new to trading, this is for you. Another free series of videos, 15 of them if you are new to trading. And now for my scans. If you're looking for my scans and races, etc., that I'm currently sharing, click on my homepage link, middle section right there. There they are. So this is a large cap race is right here. This race, this race down here is a more volatile race. Here is the Hulse resumes down here. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. And then, of course, I have been talking about my daily trend reversals. And this is the don't repeat version of it. So there have only been 3 different stocks today in it. And I'm loving it. Okay. Not just because, run worked out so well, but been using it now for the last, I want to say 3 weeks now, maybe 2 weeks plus almost 3 weeks. I have other scans I'm currently sharing. You can take a look at them. Both rooms are trading rooms, but they're also support rooms, so you can ask me questions all day long. Don't feel like you're interrupting me. No idea what you... Well, you'd have to ask them, Daniel, okay? You should ask. In fact, I don't know how easy it is to get a hold of Fidelity, but you can, if you went to Gemini or one of these chat, you can ask the question, why does Fidelity block me from buying some of these low priced or low float shares? You're going to get an answer. I don't know how easy it is to get a hold of somebody at Fidelity, but that's what I would do. That's what I did with IB. And they gave me a very full description. Whether you agree with it or not, I'm talking in general now. Whether you agree with it or not, that's their answer. Well, I've had great success with Gemini. Of course, sometimes it can be wrong, but I've had very good success with Gemini. Anyway, A ton of lies. Well, I guess I don't know what sort of questions you're asking. No, I'm talking about whatever Chat GPT you like, Daniel. I just Gemini. I just like Gemini. That's what I use for whatever Chat GPT that you like. And maybe you're not using a Chat GPT at all, but well, I've had great success, PJ. I'm not going to try to argue with you, but the things I ask, and I'm talking about some pretty technical things, not just stock market related, but and it's been pretty much bang on. So, but I'm not going to try to convince you. Well, it's anecdotal, but I mean, I've been using it for months now, ever since Pepe told me it was the best one. I've been using it for months. I mean, not to get too into it, but I mean, the only times Gemini has been wrong, I've said something like, Gemini, is this store, what time is this store open or something like that? And all of a sudden, well, you know what? I don't want to get into it. And but anyway, I've had great success with it. Well, look at this WYY. This was shortable for me too. Give me a moment, guys. You know what? It's just working now, Harry. Yeah, first alert. First alert. So let me take a look at. So you're a couple of the ones under a dollar or under $2. Okay, guys. So let's take a look at the Holly alert. Max. Well, 28 million in the float, so it's a pretty low flow. Not a lot of volume yet. Just over the 200-day moving average, so that's good, I guess. The next high looking left on a monthly chart is 1297. That was back in January of this year. So I guess if you look at a monthly chart, there is some room. I wish we were a little more volume. I mean, the relative volume is fine, 5, obviously, but I wish there was a little more volume. Spread is not terrible. I mean, 83, 87, not terrible. Give me a moment. I will be right back. The other thing is, of course, I wouldn't take this unless it broke through 11. So it did get up to 11, I guess. Yeah, just so I'll put a price alert just over 11. Hmm. So you're saying this one showed up. So you have a minimum of what? $2? Or sorry, $1? You change it to $1? Unusual? Oh, 75 cents. Okay. What was the other one? You said a couple of them? What we're talking about is I've got a minimum price of $2 here. So that's why, oh, NEXR. Okay. Yeah. So I would not do this one, but maybe I don't know, put a price of $1. I'll try it tomorrow. Put a minimum of $1 just to see. Certainly has room though. Yeah, it's got a lot of room. $2 next high. Hmm. SpaceX is testing that 150 mark again. So how did Wendy's do here? Yeah, so this would have, I don't know what did it do when it came out of its halt? Actually, it popped. It popped a little bit, came out of its halt. Shoot, I should have been following this one. I don't often do this on the ones that are moving down, but I absolutely should have been following Wendy's. Yeah, there is a massive disconnect in the market. I mean, the Dow is up. You're right. The Dow is up 700 points. The SPY is only up two, and the Qs are only up two. I mean, the SPY has now put a bit of a recovery in. You're right. There's a massive disconnect in the market right now between the value stocks versus the growth stocks. All right, guys. So you saw what happened with the run. You know that 13 it did get down below 13 barely, and but that 13. That's why I'm always looking at those whole numbers. Help. Next high looking left. I don't really remember this one. I'm gonna maybe assume it was an IPO or maybe a symbol name change. I don't know. I don't really remember it though, an IPO. 628 is the next high on a monthly chart, and that is for help. Aha. They're on a mission to create safe and effective psychedelic-based therapeutics to address the large unmet need for new and innovative treatment options for people who suffer from. I can't see it. Well, so that's there. So they're in that market. Is this Winnebago? Winnebago guys, this is an earnings. Is this? Yeah, Winnebago's an earnings play. WGO guys, earnings play. I don't know if you saw this one, William. If it was a beat raise or what it is, but it's certainly moving well, up 15%. It's another one of these fairly expensive stocks with such a low float, 27 million. Very, very low float for a $31 stock. You know, the spread is not great. It's not horrible. 11 cents right now. But these are, yeah, so this is an earnings play. So where could it go? Now, the problem could be, see that next high on the monthly chart or weekly chart is not that far away. It's about, well, 30, 40 cents away. Oh, so it was a miss lower, and yet it's what? So it's a miss lower. So they missed on guide. They missed on earnings. They missed on revenues, and they guided lower. So why don't we pop the stock 14%? Well, this makes no sense. I mean, I'm reading through this. I thought maybe they thought it was miss lower, but I thought maybe there'd be a little nugget in here. Okay, yeah. But but there isn't any. I mean, that's the thing. You could have read that before, you could have seen that press release or their earnings release before it actually hit, and you would have thought, okay, miss, beat, especially in this, or um, miss lower, especially in the way this market's been trading, even on the stocks that are like a beat raise. We haven't seen Micron actually sort of went against the grain of. We've seen so many of these big tech stocks that have beat raise, and yet they fall. Now this is falling now, but it's still up 10%. I guess what I'm trying to say is that if you'd seen the WGO, if you had a glance at it before it was released, you would have almost for sure said, you know what, I'm shorting this right now. Okay, I see XCH resumed, but on the way down. No, maybe not. I guess it was. I'm pretty sure it was halted on the way down, but it popped a little bit. Okay, how about PTLE? This resumed, but it was halted on the way down. Okay, ATLN, guys, this was a big one a couple of days ago. Got all the way up to 183, closed here at 134. Tried yesterday 151, but look where it closed. Closed under $1 at 77 cents. So it is trying again to do its thing, getting over $1. ATLN. Low. What's not a low flow? 38 million. Not high, but it's not low. All right, let's take a look at some of the races here and see whether or not something has won a race before. Is it setting up? Nope. Well, it is maybe for short, but it's too short. It's too. First of all, a couple things not available for me to short Interactive Brokers, and it's typically I don't short things that are under 5. So on a weekly chart, this one has room, but on a daily chart, it does not. And this one meaning GTLB, looking left. Actually, I'm wrong. 3020 looks like 3020 is the next high. It's right at 28.95. So let's see if it can break 29. Okay, get a little over 29, and then it would have. Then the next high would be 3017. So about $1 to that next high for the GTLB. If there's any news on this one. Did I remove my link for all this? You mean my homepage? Right here? You mean that? Maybe I didn't put it in my homepage. Is that what you mean? Okay, there you go. Ah, okay. So, guys, we're short staffed this week, so nobody will be able to take over for me in our YouTube room today and tomorrow. Okay, we're short staffed this week. Yeah, it's not on the TI main. It's not. My homepage is not on the Trade Ideas homepage. All right, let me take a look. No, never. No, it's just something they did for me a long time ago. So DYN guys, I wonder about this one. DYN, the next high looking left is 2157. So no, it's never been on the trade ideas. I mean, the link to get into the room is there, but not my homepage. I thought about it, but I didn't do it. I was thinking about maybe playing the bounce on run. Would have been a nice bounce off that 13 level. When you say alert links, so these are all mover upside versus downside movers are all real time alerts. The races are not. I mean, it's a different way of presenting the data. I mean, so it's not quite the same, but pre-market actives up and down. I mean, that's more like a top list. But the trend reversals, these are all real time alerts, and so are these: the momentum gap, abnormal option, and up down. They're all real time alert scans. Well, I mean, okay, I call them, my scans, okay, but I mean, you're right. I mean, this is not technically a scan. These are two races. Boy, this NESR guys, yeah. I'm sorry, I thought that was it was NEXR. That was the one that was running, the cheap one that was running. I thought it was the NESR. I was going to say, my goodness, it went from $1 to 26. Well, anyway, IQ, I mean, this is semantics anyway, but technically scans are alert windows. Okay. That's what an alert window is. It is a scan, real time alerting. But are these scans? No. I mean, these races are not scans. No. Guys, I'm thinking about taking this one now. The ATLN. It looks like it wants to hold over $1. The high yesterday was way up there, $1.54. The ATLN. Okay, if it gets close to $1, I'm out. Well, you can see it right here in the race, right there. So even though this is in theory not real-time scanning, I mean, this is, but it's this is a volatile race, so it's going to show you the stocks that are really moving. It's moved 7% since the race started. Yeah, it's a 4-minute race. You can pick whatever time frame you want. Well, I'll go over the race. Okay, I might as well go over the race. I'll show you quickly how you do it. I'm going to just duplicate the race so I don't have to. I don't want to stop the race, so I'm going to duplicate it. So what you do is, if you've got this race, you just click on the box, okay, and that'll stop the race. And in the body of the race, you just right-click at the very top, show race setup, and up here is the minutes or the time, okay. So you can change the time frame to whatever you want, okay. Also, another thing people might want to do, depends, you don't have to, but you might want to do this. I know when you load it from my homepage, auto start at time is what's checked, and I had 9:30 because for the most part, for the last 3 months, I'm sure I've been using auto start on load, but for a long time, I didn't want my race to start in the pre-market. I don't really know why I didn't want it to, but I checked auto start at time and 9:30. But now I've got auto start on load, okay, which means it'll start whenever I load trade ideas. And of course, I'm loading trade ideas, usually my time around 8 o'clock, a little after 8 o'clock, my time. So that's why, I see some of the pre-market movers that are going to be in this top 10 list. You don't have to do the same thing. If you want to keep it auto start at time. But if you do want to start it when you load trade ideas, whenever that is. No, it doesn't have to be at the top. I mean, if something is leading a race, I'll click on it to see what's happening. If something's in here, I'll click on it to see what's happening. If a stock has won a race before, I'll click on it to see what's happening. IQST could have been something that's moving down into the VWAP. I might have been looking at that. I mean, it's not, but it could have been. I don't know until I click on it. Could have been moving into the VWAP and maybe resting. And then I might have said to myself, you know what? If it pops a little bit above the VWAP, I want to take the trade, as an example. But that's not the only way. I mean, this is just how I've been using it. Might as well go over the race in a little more detail now, okay? But before I do that, just want to direct everybody to the guide. So if you click on my homepage link and scroll down to the education section, click on the more info, and at the top here is the user guide. I'll expand it just a little bit here. And you see there's a whole section on TI stock racing. All the questions you may have about TI stock racing is right here, including, how to change your time frame, etc. But everything is in here. But I'll go over this race in detail. And this race, you'll see the difference. So again, what do these percentages mean? That means that since the race started a little over 2 minutes ago, this has moved the most, 11%. Okay, ILLR. So when I click on it, I should see now it's a fairly cheap stock, but that is an 11% move. VRXA, 3%, etc., all the way down this list. So what happens is a top 10 list is built for you automatically of the stocks that have won the most races over the day. Now, If you load my race right now, either one of these two races right now, you will not have my top 10 list. Your top 10 list starts getting built from the time you load your race. So right now it's 10:42 a.m. Eastern time. So don't think you're doing something wrong, thinking, well, how come I don't have my this same top 10 list? It gets developed from whenever you start running your race. So of course I was running my race starting at 8 o'clock Eastern time. So why it's a great idea, I think, because now it gives you some focus. You can just look at these stocks all day long if that's what you want to do. Now, if something is leading a race at the top, you don't know. Okay, a couple things. You don't have to wait for a race to be over for you to click on a symbol. You see something leading a race, click on it, see what's happening. Here's a great. This could be very interesting. I mean, it looks like it. I mean, the VWAP is down here, so it's quite a bit above it now. But had it been closer, a little bit closer, you might have looked at that and gone, you know what? I want to take that trade and put my stop just under the VWAP as an idea, just as an idea. So that's one thing. If you see anything in this list, click on it. See what's happening. You won't know until you click on it to see what's happening. Now, this is sort of running away, a little bit parabolic. So some of you might look at this and go, you know what? A little parabolic. Maybe I'm going to short this. I mean, it's breaking out here. I'm not saying to do it, but it depends on, a person's style of trading. You might look at this and go, wow, that's very parabolic. Coming into 1861 is the next high looking left on a weekly chart. Maybe that's going to stop it for a while. So that's a few things, click on anything you see in the list, click on it. Doesn't have to be at the top. Now, why are these stocks showing up? And they're very different from these stocks. So all races start from a top list window. If I right click in the body of this race, and one of the options is open top list. So you can see I have a lot of stocks in this top list window, okay? And so but why are they showing up? So if I right click and click on the configure and the summary. So I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $50. Current volume is at least 200,000 shares and up at least 2% from yesterday's close. So if a stock meets these filter requirements, it's going to show up in this list. Now, there could be other stocks, but I've capped it at 50. Okay, that's just something I've done. I've capped it at the top 50. And what I've done is I've sorted on the change from the close. That's C%. That's what it is, the change from the close. So ILLR is up 395% from yesterday's close. And FCUV, 54%, et cetera, all the way down here. So that is how a top list can still be used. And you can, with the filters that you use, a price range, a minimum volume, things like that, you can say, okay, well, show me the stocks that are up the most today. Show me the stocks that are down the most today. Show me the stocks that are up the most in the last 5 minutes. Show me the stocks that are down the most in the last 10 minutes. Things like that. As long as you have a column header, okay, that's all you, and here I don't treat it that. I don't care that much about the position and range on in this one. But if I wanted to, I could find the stocks that are right near the high of the day. You can, but as long as you have the column header. So if I wanted to find the stocks that are up the most from its opening trade of the day, as long as you have the column header, which I do, again, change from the open, ILLR is up 50% from its first trade of the day. So these stocks up here that are, up in this area here, they're going to be active all day long. Okay. They're going to be probably in this list all day long because people are following them. Any stock that's up 400%, you're going to see it probably all day long in the list of stocks that is up and moving. But the beauty of the race is that it doesn't care where a stock is in this list. All it cares about is since the race started, what stock in this list of stocks is moving the most percentage wise. So it could be some stock down here. I mean, it could be some stock, Zura, ZURA. It's up 7%. But what if all of a sudden it was up 8%, 10%, 12%, moving up this list? How would you know? Well, you wouldn't. You know, what are you going to do? Stare at a list of stocks all day long, trying to see what stock is moving? But that's what the race does for you. Again, it doesn't discriminate. It doesn't have to be, a stock that's up the most from yesterday's close. It just has to be a stock that is moving the most percentage wise since the race started to be moving in this list. Okay. Well, it's up to you, IQ. I mean, look, a stock that comes into the VWAP. I'm not a huge pullback trader. Okay. I'm trying to be a little bit more like that, when I see the opportunity, but it's all, just give me a moment. Okay, guys, sorry about that. I'm back. So again, it creates a top 10 list for you automatically of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So you, in theory, could just follow these stocks, try to figure out a way to trade them. Whether you're a VWAP type trader or maybe a stock, maybe you've got a moving average on your chart that you'd like to see. So if a stock is moving into that moving average, maybe it holds. Okay. I mean, I can't tell you that's the absolute way to trade. I'm not talking to you specifically, IQ, but just in general. Okay. You have to develop some kind of a trading style. Now, this race is very different. Uh, okay, sorry about that. Now, this is interesting. A lot of times when I open the top list for this particular race, which is a large cap race, you might only get 4 or 5 stocks. Okay, I don't use the gap and go right now, IQ. Okay, but I can tell you what it looks for. I don't like all those things. What you see, I have this and I have this. This is all I'm using right now. Okay. I mean, I have things on my homepage because I like to give people a variety of things they could take a look at, but it doesn't mean I'm using them all. So anyway, a lot of times in this top list, for the large cappers, I might only see 3 or 4 stocks. Doesn't mean that's the only stocks you'll see all day long. You can notice how this list is expanding and contracting. So there's actually a fair number of stocks in this list. Yeah, let me just sort on. So QDEL is up 12%. So first of all, again, normally this list is a lot shorter, but here are the filters I'm using. So a little bit different. I mean, I'm looking at a different price range, 10 to 70, but this is the same, the 200,000 shares and up 2% from yesterday's close. But these three filters right there are the ones that usually block a lot of stocks from showing up. And that's what I want. But there's a lot of stocks showing up. I have a market cap of at least 500 million, minimum float of 50 million. And then this position in days range. So here's where I am using it. It says 95. If I put 100 there, that would mean the stock would have to be literally at the high of the day. Okay. So at 95, that means, if I look at a daily candle, it's going to be near the top of that daily candle. And what happens is, and that's usually the reason why a lot of stocks are not, especially in a day, I mean, earlier on in the day, my guess is that had I looked at it when the market was moving down, there would not have been as many stocks. I'm actually surprised there's a lot of stocks in here. Again, some days you'll only see 4 or 5 stocks, and it doesn't mean those are the only ones for the day. It just means at the time of looking at it, those were the only stocks meeting the filter requirements. But what happens is stocks can come in and out of this list all day long, especially this is probably the main one, is meeting the position in the day's range. If a stock starts dropping a bit, it won't be at the 95%, so it drops off the list. So this list, same thing. Okay, same thing. It creates a top 10 list for you. And if you're new to trading, I would probably pay more attention to something like this than this one. The reason being is that this is a way more volatile situation. I'm not saying this is not volatile at all, but because there are larger caps, larger floats, they're not as volatile. Okay. You generally are not going to see giant red bars or giant green bars. Okay. So this could be interesting. NRIX over the VWAP and kind of basing. What sort of room does it have? But for some of you, this will be a little bit boring. But I'm telling you, it doesn't mean just because they don't have the big percentage moves that they're boring. What it means is you could just get. Let's take a look at the. I mean, would you take this if you were in this trade at 38.26 and it's now 39.67 and moving up in a very orderly fashion? That'd be pretty darn good. Yes, these things have some. Look at the ILLR. I mean, it's having its big jump again. But you've got to be aware of the fact that this is a pretty low float and you can get giant pullbacks. So that's the races, guys. So, you can try it. I mean, I'm not telling people you have to use the races or anything like that, but it's just an interesting concept, I think, especially with the top 10 list built for you. You probably look at Fast. I mean, Fast looks just like the NRAX, doesn't it? I mean, it's just basing over the VWAP. So this is what I'm talking about. I mean, look, these are big moves. I mean, the ILLR, gets up to 450 and comes right back down to 4. I mean, that's like a 10% move just like that. You're not going to get that here, generally, anyway. Now, I do see that NDRA showed up on my on the scan. I typically do not short stocks under 5. That's just sort of something I don't generally do, but let's take a look. 377. There are shorts available for me. The alert was at 361, so it's popped a little bit above the alert price. So maybe I'll put a price alert down here and see if it gets back down there. Maybe I'll take a short later if it happens. The reason being is that there is some room on the weekly chart anyway, down to 319. Not saying it's going to get there. So if it got anywhere close, that'd be a tremendous percentage move. Yeah. So top lists aren't they don't use it. That's not the use of a top list window. Okay, it just ranks stocks, and it's going to update every 30 seconds. So that's not the use of a top list window. You can have an alert window. You can create an alert window that'll give you a real time. So I sort of told a small fib. This is the only other one I've got. Well, you can have this. You can see it's in here. You can see it right here. This is a compare count. You can see it right there. Help. I don't know when it first showed up, but understand that I can create an alert window to get you anything. But just because, so you would have seen help, but you might see another 20 that don't do what help did. Now help had it's called the movers to the upside versus movers to the downside on my homepage. Okay. And it'll look like a crawl. It's basically taking two competing scans and running them off against each other. So if it's in red, it means that this is a new low of the day. If it's in green, a new high of the day. Yeah. So I didn't get a good fill. Okay. The reason being probably. You see, I made a change on mine. Okay. Notice it says 935. Okay. And you would not get an alert until at least 940. I made a change on mine. I'll show you how you can change it if you want, because my guess is that at 940, let me just see if I'm right here. It's hard for me to see this 940. So there's the 940 candle. So you see, it was not making a new high of the day. Okay. The high, there's the nine. So remember what has to happen also. It has to make a new high of the day. And so on mine that I changed to 935, it was making a new high of the day. When you had at 940, it was not making a new high of the day because there's the high of the day up here. Okay. Now, if you want to make a change to it, does that make sense? Because the alert is a new high of the day. Okay. So right up here at 940, it was not making a new high of the day. So if you want to make a change to it, watch what I do. So if you right click, this is a multi-strategy window because there are two, the up big yesterday, down today, down big yesterday, up today. That's what the two are. and they're color coded. So if it's in orange, if it's in yellow, a suggestion to short. If it's in powder blue, a suggestion to go long. So if you want to make the change though, and you can make all the changes you want. Well, not quite. So let me, if you right click in the body of the window and click on configure all, you probably want them both checked. Edit the selected. So here's how you can make changes to both the scans at the same time and see what it says time of day. So if you want to change that to 5 from 10, go ahead. You can also change the price range. I know Unusual has changed it to 75-cent minimum. You can do that too. You can do anything you want here, and that'll change both of the strategies or the scans. Okay. Don't forget, when you do make the change, of course, you say okay, and it'll be changed. But don't forget, at the end of the day, well, first of all, what you should do is when you've made a change to anything, right click and save or share to cloud. Okay. And just save it to the cloud. In case you accidentally X this out, okay, you got it in your cloud. You just bring it back. But also, at the very least, when you exit trade ideas, if you click on file and then exit, it's going to ask you, do you want to load this layout the next time you load trade ideas? If you say yes, then what happens is all the little change, well, not that wouldn't be a little change, but all the changes you've made will be saved. Okay. You should also save, your layout to the cloud file. Save or share to cloud at the top there. Give your layout a name and click on entire layout, give it a name and save it to the cloud. Should save. So if you take anything from me, save it to the cloud. If you take a race from me, right click, save or share to cloud, save it to the cloud. Why? Well, on my homepage, I've already said in my scan section, I'm not using these scans right now. Okay, the gap continuation or reversal scan. I'm not using them right now, but I don't know. When we get into earnings season, I may load it again because in earnings season we get a lot of gaps, and so I may bring it back. So it's in my cloud. I just bring it back. Anything I've ever done, I saved into my cloud because I hadn't used this daily. I had this daily trend reversal. This is not a new scan. I've had this for years, but I decided to. I think on the day that one of those days where the market just took, probably this day right here. Take a look at the SPY. Might have been this day right here when the market had a big drop. And I was wondering, okay, what if we get some reversals the next day? I'm going to get a lot of stocks that reverse the next day. So I think it was this day here, the next day that I brought it back. And now I'm loving it. You're a good person, Monica. So see what Monica is saying is that we cannot buy it at Interactive Brokers, CIIT, but for non-IB clients, it's a possibility. All right, how about this AVBP 3425? Yeah, so will I take this trade? No. Why wouldn't I take the trade? First of all, it is look at the spread, 33.80, 34.49. Terrible spread. So even though it's on my scan, the one I love, doesn't mean I just blindly take the trade. I'll always look at the chart first. See, first of all, now I didn't know what the spread was going to be, but had I seen this and had I seen a ton of room, the next time the daily chart though is right here, which is fairly close, but it's the spread. I mean, I can't take a trade. I can't take something that has a spread like that, 33.80, 34.49. Now listen, later on in the day, if it's sitting at $40, sure, that spread wouldn't have mattered. But I don't know what's going to do that. Well, a lot can have to do with the float. I mean, it's a fairly low float for a stock of $34. I mean, 33 million in the float. It's not trading that much. I mean, the relative volume is pretty good but it's not trading that much. Not a lot of market makers, I guess, interested in this one. But that's I'll never because here's even if the spread really tightens, the problem I have is that I mean, and look, this is looking awesome now. Okay, no, it isn't 34. No, I mean the spread right now is 15 cents. But look, but then they drop it. You see, now it's 30 cents, and they could drop it right back down to 34. So even if the spread tightens, okay, I don't trust it. Now, I'm not trying to dissuade anybody from taking the trade, but that's what I look at. And again, at the end of the day, AVBP may be at $39, and that spread wouldn't have mattered. Also, it depends on the price of the stock. I mean, 34 cents for not that Apple will have a spread like that, more than likely, but if it's a $277 stock, but look at Apple. I mean, look at the spread. Look at the spread, like 4 cents, 3 cents, 1 cent. For a 207, that's fantastic. But with Apple, it's something that trades so much. Okay, guys, I took a loss on the NDRA. The minute the alert was at, yeah, the alert was at, give me a moment. Yeah, the alert was at 361. I didn't get it right there. I got a little better to short. Looked decent. I thought it might start to really make its way down, but then look what happened. The spread got terrible. The minute that spread got terrible, I exited the trade for a small loss. Spread was not like that when I took the trade. See, and I sort of broke a mini rule that I had, not shorting stocks under $5, but Oh, guys, an IPO. Here's an IPO priced at $17. Okay, so far not good. Okay, IPO priced at $17, 3 million. So it's a very, I don't know who's behind. I don't know what country it's from, but right now this is not a good IPO. Oh my goodness, imagine that. 869. I doubt if it's going to open there. Let me just check to see. It's I'm almost for sure it's going to be maybe Singapore or China. If it is, if it's even here. There it is, DSC Holdings. Their mission is to transform the used car commerce through digitalization, AI, et cetera, et cetera. And they are out of China. Okay, so that's what I thought. So right now, it's interesting. Deutsche Bank is behind it. Interesting. But right now, this is not what you want to see on the first day. Well, the SPY's been a bit of chop fest, guys. You know, one point in the pre-market, the SPY was up about 5 points, and then all of a sudden it just, went down 10 points, down to 729, makes its way back up. Now it's making its way back down. Man, I wish this weren't so extended right now, but it is over the whole number. AIIO. Look left on that weekly chart, a ton of room, 640. I just find I'd love to see it maybe stall. Well, if you're in this one, I want it to keep moving higher for you, but if it just maybe stalls a bit. Oh, man, all the room it's got to move. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but it doesn't have very much chart resistance. I don't see any news on this one. They had some news on the 18th, which caused the initial move, I guess. Trading higher after the company announced entered into an agreement to acquire 100% of the equity interests of QC for, okay, so they're buying some company. That was on the 18th. Okay, that's not today's news. So it's a week ago. Come on, hold four, hold four. Okay, guys. Well, it's holding four. Pull back just a little bit to the top of the wave. Well, the longer it rests over 4, to me anyway, the better. You can put a price up, you could put a stop in the 4 level, just under 4. I'm not saying to take the trade. All right, guys, 11:18. Now, today and tomorrow, nobody's taking over for me in our YouTube room. Okay, so we're going to have dead air for about, well, maybe about an hour. We are short staffed this week at Trade Ideas, so okay, guys. Well, maybe while I put a price alert up here, maybe try to induce it up. I'm talking about the AIIO. Okay, guy. Okay, come on now. Make a move at least into the mid 20s. Okay. Okay. Well, there's 20. Now let's make it 425 or 423. Yeah, I'm glad I did not get stubborn about the NDRA. You know, well, IAEG, I mean, gold, I think it's a gold play, more of a gold play than a silver play. Yeah, gold play. Let's take a look at I'm going to click on new from the toolbar. I'm going to click on dock to channel bar, dock, not channel bar, docked channel bar. I'm going to click on the show more. These are all theme-based channels that we have. I'm going to click on the sector status channel right there. Scroll down a bit. So here are some of the major sectors that we're following. Okay, one more. Oops, 2 seconds. So here are some of the major sectors that we are following. Okay, so right at the top, industrials, XLI. That makes sense, with the Dow being up 400. A lot of industrial stocks or make up the Dow, I think. But let's take a look at gold and silver. Yeah, gold. So that, IAG is a gold play. I mean, yes, the gold index or the ETF is up. I just don't like trading stocks that are very tied, unless they had news on their own. I don't like trading stocks that are very tied into what the overall sector is doing. But anyway, here's how you can take a look. You can track. Here's the top sector right now, XLI. And if you scroll down, this is the worst one, NLR. So the nukes and uranium, still no volume. worst performing sector. Now, here's some of the sectors from this list that you can dive into and check to see what the top stock is in the sector and what is the worst stock is. So if you look at energy as an example, VLO is the top one, but there is, what these in green means 89% means that 89% of the stocks that are making up this list are above yesterday's close, but some are down, running counter to the market. Now, how much down? Well, let's look. If I scroll down, not much. I mean, 0.3%. But, the same sort of thing now. Here's CarMax, KMX. I mean, 77% of the ones that make up retail in this list are down for the day. But for whatever reason, CarMax is up. KMX is up a lot, 4.5%. It's not an earnings play that I can see. Had earnings last week, I guess. What's the worst one, though? Look at CTRN, worst stock in the retail sector today. Well, thank goodness I was watching AIIO, guys. So it's the problem with these low floaters, I was hoping it would get a little higher into the 420s, but so remember, when I'm in a trade, I have the stock thumbnailed on one of my other monitors, so I don't have to see it here, and that's why I pay attention to it. Well, I said mid-20s. It got to 425. I was hoping it would get to the mid-20s. Anyway, that's how you can use this, guys. Some of you, that's all you might do. Look at this one, Tech. TECH is up 19% for whatever reason. Maybe it's a buyout. Yeah, it's a buyout. Merck is buying them. Or go down here. What's the worst one? Not terrible. I mean, HCA is the worst one. But for some of you, this might be the reason you use Trade Ideas. Just come to this channel every day, see what the top sector is in a or top stock is in a sector. Take a look at the worst one, and find a way maybe to trade those. So I do have you guys are talking about bouncers and maybe even toppers. I do have a bounce and topper scanner. I don't have it up and running, but this is what it looks like. Bouncers, toppers. So this is what it would look like. Okay. It has two scans in it. Potential toppers, and potential bouncers. So if it's in blue, that means a stock that has been beaten up a bit and maybe now is bouncing. Okay. Now, is it bouncing yet? No, but you're alerted to the fact that this stock is definitely, looking, well, it's obviously very weak, but maybe is getting to a level that it might bounce. Maybe. And on the flip side, the SDGR is something, where was the alert at 1642? Yeah, so up here. So that would have been a nice one from a topping point of view. Now, were there others earlier in today? Yes, but what happens is when I load the scan, I'm only going to see the last one that was a potential bounce and the last one that was a potential top. Okay, so you can have this scan if you want. It has no custom formula in it. Really, it is just, so let's take a look at the potential toppers. And they're just flips, okay? One is on the way up, one's on the way down. So this is what it's looking for as a topper. So either a new high of the day or a new 5-minute low, okay? Those are the two triggers. And why a new high of the day? Because I want to be alerted to the fact that but this is what gives it maybe the overbought, okay? I mean, it has at least 5-minute candles up in a row. It's got to be above the VWAP, 0.01, but it could be way above it, but it has to be above the VWAP, and the RSI has to be at least 78. So a lot of people will look at these three and say, well, that looks like could be an overbought situation. Could be. Okay. And then the reverse, of course, is just that. You just flip that strategy. And now we're looking for stocks down 5 candles in a row below the VWAP, and the RSI is no more than 22. Okay, now we're looking for new lows and new 5-minute highs. This hammer thing, I don't know why I have it here. I don't think I ever had an alert for it. Okay. Now, does it mean they're absolutely going to reverse? No, of course not. But let's take a look at the CCI right now. I mean, well, another way to look at this is just showing you super weak stocks, and maybe they just keep moving down. But maybe it's going to maybe it's bounce worthy. What is it coming into? On the weekly chart, it's below that low. 35.81 is the next low on the weekly chart. So I mean, there's still room for it to move down before it hits weekly support. So it doesn't mean that just when you get the alert that you just take the trade. Of course, it just means it's alerting you to the fact that this is in theory, if people like to use the RSI and number of down candles and underneath the VWAP, stocks that are potentially oversold. Potentially. Nothing is 100%. I haven't used it for a while. I used to use it quite a bit. And understanding that a bounce play, I mean, today the market is pretty darn choppy. If you're going to play a bounce play for a lot of these, especially these larger cap stocks, you want to get the market at least not moving down on you. Maybe it doesn't have to be ripping higher. I mean, if it's going higher, all the better. Maybe it'll drag some of these things up. But with the market so choppy right now, A lot of these things are, are just going to be doing what the overall market is doing, which I don't like, because then you have to be really aware of what the market is doing. 5 minute. I mean, you can change it to whatever time frame you want, of course, but that's 5 minutes. 5 minute candles has to be down at least 5 minute candles, or up at least 5 minute candles. And of course, it's all customizable too. I mean, when I say that, I mean you can make any changes you want if you like that scan, but maybe you don't like the price range. Maybe there's something. Maybe you want to make it 15-minute candles. 4 15-minute candles down or up. You can always make changes, of course. What I did here is it's nothing. It's just something I haven't used this for probably. Well, I can't remember the last time I used it. So, but that's the beauty of creating scans, guys. And then you use them maybe for a while, and maybe for whatever reason, maybe you're just not liking them anymore. Maybe they're just not giving you, what you're looking for, and so you retire it for a while. And then one day, maybe you bring it back and you think to yourself, wow, I wonder how this scan is doing. It could be months, could be years later. Okay, seriously. And then you look at some of the alerts you're getting and go, wow, I love it. I mean, there could come a day where my daily trend reversals, I may not like them anymore. This is interesting though, guys. I mean, this, for a potential bounce, I mean, it's down 6%. Let's see if there's any news on it. Now, yeah, see if there's any news on it. Now, this is a warrant of some sort, so I don't even think, I know it's showing up. What is SPKL doing though? SPKL. Yeah, so I'll disregard this. I know this warrant is showing up in the scan, in the reversal scan. I typically don't trade. I have to fiddle around with interactive brokers in order to trade the warrant. So I went to the stock itself, but there's no volume. The warrant had the volume. My minimum in here is 200,000 shares, so you can see it's 275. But again, I don't trade the warrants. VNTG, okay. Yeah, VNTG move. So you said that came. It's sort of like options, okay. But the best thing to do is just use Gemini, okay. I don't think it's going to lie to you about telling you what a warrant is, or whatever your favorite Chat GPT is. So you said that was in my scan also, unusual. VNTG was in the scan. Could it have been in the scan? Yeah, it could have been down yesterday, up today. Oh, you know what? I may make a change then. So what I'm going to do now, thing is, if I make a change right now, I'm not going to see this. So at the end of the day, what the heck, just make the change. So I just made the change to a dollar. Oh, it didn't make it. I thought it was going to, I thought things were going to disappear. See how the Vantage now showed up. But it obviously would have showed up earlier than at a 139. Well, any of these, okay, the question from Mark in our YouTube room, was this a pump and dump? Probably. I mean, this is, it's a pretty low float out of Singapore, these stocks. I sort of remember this one. It's on my homepage. Okay. It's on my homepage. So just 162. So click on my homepage link and then go down to the scan section. And then here it is, the daily trend reversals. It's right there. Okay. And you can make the changes if you want. You don't have to make the changes. I decided, okay, I'll change the. So again, if you now you will not get all the earlier ones. Okay, you're going to probably see Vantage right here. So if you do want to make a change, I have made two changes to this. So all I have to do is right click into the body of the scan. Okay, and click on configure all. And then both the default is that both of them are checked. Edit the selected. So here's how you can make, so what you have right now, if you load it, would be 2 and 60. So I change it to 1. Okay, 1 and 60. The other thing that you will have is, see where it says time of day? You will have 10. You can change it to 5 if you want. What that means is I don't want to see an alert until at least 5 minutes into the market. If I don't have that, I just have the feeling I'm going to get overwhelmed with alerts at 9:30. You can try it though. I mean, some of you might don't care. Okay. I had it at 10, but I have reduced it to 5. So all that means is I'm not going to get an alert until at least 9:35. Doesn't mean I'll get one right at 9:35, but here was the earliest one. So that was at 9:35. Now, if you don't want, if you don't mind getting a lot of alerts right at 9:30, then just don't just zero out that time of day. So the gap scanner does this. It has four scans in it. Okay, the gap scanner from my homepage. So the gap up and go would be a stock that gapped up. Remember what the gap is. It's the first trade of the day. It gapped up and then it kept moving. Okay. So these are intraday trades. These are intradays. Remember, the daily reversal is looking at the previous day and then is it reversing from the previous day? So it is different. So the gap up and go would be a stock that gapped up and then kept moving higher at the time of the alert. Doesn't mean it's going to keep moving higher. A gap down and go would be a stock that gapped down and at the time of the alert, it was moving down. Again, doesn't mean it's going to keep moving down. Now, a gap up and reverse is a stock that gapped up and then started to reverse. And a gap down and reverse, a stock that gapped down and then started to reverse. Again, when you get the alert, that's what's happening. It doesn't mean it's going to continue in the direction. But this is very different because it's looking at the previous day's candle. So you can see Vantage right here, big down day yesterday, okay, reversing today. So it's not the same. So are you talking about the trend reversals, Monica? So I have them both up and running. Okay, this is the I have them both up. Because I just phrasing this. I want to get nagged. Don't forget about me every time this advantage. Well, if I'd seen it earlier, every time it makes a new high, I'm going to hear it. I'm going to hear about it. But this allows me, the don't repeat version, to go back in time and see, well, what happened from that alert. And sometimes maybe it hasn't moved that much. So maybe I could get into the trade if I miss it the first time. But this just allows me, to go back in time. That's what the DR is. Well, the minimum volume. I mean, you want to raise the volume, go ahead. But remember, I'm trying to catch stocks a little bit early. Hey, go ahead if you want to. But I mean, look at the Vantage. I mean, it's 6 million shares. Doesn't mean it's just the minimum volume of 200,000. It means that it could just be, so at 5 minutes into the market, you know, maybe it's only 300,000, 400,000, but it's on its way to, several million. But if you want to change the volume, go ahead. The run had 1.9 million shares at the time of the alert. When you say the daily, this is how many shares at the time of the alert. Run had traded 1.9 million shares at the time of the alert for run, as an example. So plenty of volume. On its way to what? I mean, it's traded 10 million shares now. Yeah, it's a warrant, so I wouldn't trade that. I don't trade warrants. I mean, I can trade warrants at Interactive Brokers, but I have to do something. I have to sort of do something that I'm. And so what I did was I wanted to look at the stock. SPLK is the stock, and I thought, okay, maybe something's happening with SPKL. Sorry, SPKL. That's the stock. But then I looked; it's only trading 31,000 shares, so I wouldn't do anything with this. See, there's a pretty good bounce, guys, for the Melco MLCO. That's a pretty good bounce. I mean, I don't know how much further it's going to go. For some of you, that's a pretty good bounce. I know, like Poe, you're taking a few shares. It's a 7 cent bounce so far, and who knows? Maybe it's going to continue. I don't think this is a stock that is so tied into what the market is doing. Here's another little, I have this up and running. I decided just to leave it up and running just to see what sort of alerts I was getting. But, had an alert at 1180 for the ECTV, gets up to 12. I mean, it's not bad. Doesn't mean it's going to continue though. And, you've got to, I consider these more like scalp type trades, because there's a reason why the stock is down usually. And so, yes, you might get a little bounce, but I wouldn't be holding it all day. Bouncers, toppers. It's not on my homepage. If you want it, but don't get overwhelmed. IQ. I mean, look, and anybody else listening, you don't want to have so many scanners that you've got so much going on, you get nothing done. But I mean, here it is. Now, the interesting thing for me would be the vantage. Where would I have got that alert? So first of all, it would have to be above the high of yesterday. So which would have been 85 cents, but I would not have seen it there because my minimum still has to be a dollar. Okay, for me, I probably would have seen this at a dollar. When I say that, I probably would have seen this instead of not at $1.39, but at a dollar. Remember, I made the change, so that's why it's showing up very late. So I probably would have seen that at a dollar, and obviously in that case, it would have been unbelievable if I had taken it. Still a little leery of taking these cheap ones, but because I'm trying to see, I mean, obviously the volume was over 200,000. The relative volume was over three. Um, it was over a dollar. It was above yesterday's high. It would have to be up at least 2%. Yeah, so obviously that would have been good. Could be, yeah. A potential topper is something that, like the SDGR. That's the only one I've seen. You had the alert up here for potentially topping out, and so you take a short. And then the bouncer is something again moving down and maybe finally going to bounce. And that's why it's called potential. Doesn't mean it just when you get the alert, doesn't mean it's absolutely going to do what you want it to do. But at least when you get the alert, you can start looking at it and saying, okay, all right, guys, it's 11:50, so probably going to be about a full hour that I'm going to be off. And there's nobody taking over for me in YouTube today or tomorrow. So of course my scan will be up or my layout will be up and running. So I know I've heard of the GAN box. I don't know what it does. I've never used it, so couldn't tell you. I'm familiar. Well, I'm familiar with it that I've seen, people reference it, but I've never looked at it. Don't know exactly what it does. And we don't have. I'm pleading ignorance in this, but I mean, if I type in GAN, I'm sure we don't have anything. Okay, I'm not sure what it does, but all right, ATLN. Okay, Mark in our YouTube room talking about ATLN. Yeah, I mean it's possible. I mean it's over the VWAP right now, and it got as high as 118. Of course, it's had some massive days coming from a few days ago. Now it's an earnings play, but I doubt very much that had anything to do with earnings. But it was a 44-cent stock 3 days ago. Then the next day, it did get up to $1.86. Amazing. But look what happened yesterday. Got back down to 76 cents. So I mean, you got to be careful. Low. It's not a low float. I mean, it's low, but it's not crazy low. But a ton of volume right now, and regains compliance with Nasdaq. Okay, so I mean, that's had to be probably had to get over a dollar for a certain number of days. So I'm not gone quite yet, but I will put my announcement up. So again, when I say no YouTube, I'm not shutting down YouTube. It's just that nobody's taking over for me. Okay. That'll be today and tomorrow. Yeah, it's pretty good. So, I may, because I don't get too many alerts from this, I may keep this one and run it, especially, because I don't get very many alerts from this one. Usually they're all in the first half hour or so. Sometimes, though, we get a really good one in the afternoon. So this will give me, a way now to keep looking at something else. Well, I don't backtest anything, okay? You can go ahead and backtest. Because if you back tested this, probably it would be terrible. I don't, so, but you can go ahead and back test. I don't back test anything. I just want to see the alerts. As long as it's something that's not giving me like massive alerts all day long, I want to click on the symbol and I want to see what it looks like. And then I make up my mind. So for instance, that ECVT showed up on the scan. So the first thing I would have seen is that there's the VWAP up here at 12. So would I have taken that trade? Probably not. Okay. I would have looked at that and gone, well, you know, it's not enough room for me. I mean, yeah, if I took a lot of shares at 1180 and it got to 12, sure. But I don't know that's going to happen. And I look at that VWAP right at 12, and that could easily stall. Now, had it not been there, then it becomes something different. But I look at that as being potential resistance. The MLCO, though, when you look at that, so you get the alert at 514, right around here, and the VWAP's up here at 528. Some will look at that, 14 cents for a $5 stop. That's not terrible, especially if you put your stop at around five. So that'd be a little. I wouldn't put my stop at five. I'd probably put it just 508 or so. But anyway, that's what I'm looking at. Just because you get an alert in something doesn't mean I just take the trade. I think I should. Maybe I'll just make this more clear here. Oh, I'm going to run out of space. Okay, so no YouTube presenter between 12 and 1. Okay, that's all I want to say. So not shutting YouTube down, but normally somebody takes over for me in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. But again, we are short staffed now, so not going to happen today and tomorrow. Okay, guys, I'll take my break now. So I'm muting myself now. Yeah, muting myself now in both rooms. Hey guys, I'm back. So I do see that IQST showed up at 159 is my in my new trend reversals for cheap ones. I mean, it got up to 171. Okay, just looking at now CRNX. I'm just looking now some of the ones on the potential trend reversals. How about Task? I mean, Task now to me almost looks like a short. This is an all-time low now for Task, TISK. Basically, it's an all-time low. All right, guys, I'm not seeing too much that's of interest to me right now. All right, I think this PTLE got halted at ugly looking 5-minute chart and 15, very choppy. So I'm going to forget about that one. Whew. Okay, guys, well, let's go over my homepage one last time. And I'll be quick. Okay, guys. So here's how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. You can get 15% off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. Doesn't matter whether you choose our standard or our premium service. Please use my code if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future. I moderate 2 trading rooms, YouTube and the main room here. Company tracks the use of the promo code. So if they see my code being used often enough, they don't mind keeping the room free. If you keep scrolling down, and also this room, just for those of you on YouTube, this room is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time, and there are many more traders in this room. So if you're looking for a lot more interaction with other traders, come into this room. It's free. And keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. Keep scrolling down from my homepage link. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for it right here. And again, it's free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Education section, if you're taking out a subscription now or thinking about it, click on my homepage link, go down to the education section, click on the more info. And this is mandatory you do this. If you're just taking out a subscription, mandatory, 12 short videos to get you started. And if you don't have trade ideas and you're wondering if it's a good fit for you, I would start off with that second video, go to the end before you take out a subscription. Okay. You probably should have a little bit of an idea about what the program's all about. After watching these videos, at least you'll have an idea and you might want to try us for at least a month. Okay. And if you don't like it, just you can just unsubscribe. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, a free series of videos for you, 15 of them if you're new to trading. And if you're looking for my scans, you've clicked on my home. You've just give me a moment. All right. If you clicked on my homepage link, scroll down. Here are the scans. Here's the things that I'm currently sharing. Just give me a moment as I resize that chart. So here are the two races that I'm sharing. The large cap race is right here, and the biggest gainers from this, the more volatile race is right here. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. Halts resumes is over here. Four other scans that I'm sharing. I don't have them up and running. And then, of course, my daily trend reversals, which basically doesn't give too many after about 10:30, but sometimes in the afternoon, we get a little gem. So any questions about any of the scans, etc., just ask away. I've been asked about UMC in our YouTube room. UMC. For what? Going long, going short? I mean, right now it's underneath the VWAP, so I wouldn't take it going long unless it broke through the VWAP. And I'm not saying you would take it 100% if it broke through the VWAP, but so what are you talking about? Are you talking about going long or short, Blizzard? Yeah. So, I mean, if you look at if you have any charts at all, you can see the VWAP is at 2785. So that could stall it from moving or going higher. Could stall it. That's what I see anyway. Doesn't mean it's going to stall it, but that's what I see. All right, guys, let's see what's happening with our SpaceX. Just still hanging around the 150 mark. When I say our SpaceX, versus the super active stock. As I saw, we're talking about Bumble, BMBL. Ugh. Big pop, big drop. What would stop ILLR? Let's take a look. That was the last winner. Well, the high of the day could stop it. I mean, right there is 5. Yeah, 536. I mean, that's right now it's over the VWAP. So that could stop it if you look at the intraday. It's interesting. It's right at the VWAP. Sorry, right at the 200-day moving average, right on it, 386. Okay, so it's a little bit above it, a little bit above the VWAP. Looking at can't see anything on the daily or month or weekly chart. I probably have to back out that weekly. The next high in a monthly is December of last year. But the high of the day could stop it. It's sitting right on that 200-day moving average. Boy, Micron's had a interesting day to say the least. So it got all the way down to $1,135. So it's not a big percentage move up. It moved $100 up. Remember, it's a $1,200 stock, but nonetheless, nice V shape over the VWAP. Seemed to rescue SMH for a while anyway. Oh, guys, well, I'm not right now. My motivation for looking at all this stuff is kind of low. Just waiting to see if we get one late one out of the trend reversal. I mean, it makes sense. You're going to get them early because when a stock starts to move, usually if it's going to reverse the trend of the day before, usually it's going to happen fairly early, not later on in the day. But somebody mention DRAM yesterday? Or saying that RAM. I thought they said RAM or something. Was a new ETF, or maybe I misunderstood. Yeah, here it is. Yeah, so this is also, I guess. So is RAM. I guess DRAM and RAM. What's the difference here? Okay, so 22 million here for RAM and $28. Oh, well, quite a bit more expensive, more volume, but I mean, it's not spread. It's fine. Yeah, the spread's fine in both. So if I had my druthers, I'd probably play RAM. If so, you're saying you could buy DRAM or RAM and participate in an MU bounce. But this is not an ETF specifically for MU for Micron, is it? I see. Okay, so it contains MU and etc. Okay, so obviously, yeah, if MU is doing well, this will do well because it looks just exactly like the pattern for MU, the big drop, and then the resurgence, just way cheaper. Well, guys, okay. So for the ILLR, hanging over the VWAP now, hanging over the 200-day moving average, and trying to hang just over 4. Okay. Well, the Qs are up today, 6. Dow's up 200. SPY is basically flat. All right, let me take a look at some of these large cap stocks. So CDE, but this is Coeur d'Alene, right? It's or Coeur Mining. Um, Used to be Coeur d'Alene. How ugly is VNTG now, guys? I mean, how ugly? I mean, now, I mean, who knows? Maybe tomorrow it comes back over a dollar. But what did it get up to? Got up to $1.54, and now it's sitting at 80 cents. I'm looking at these this bouncers toppers, and it almost makes me just want to short these things. A lifetime low, CTSH, a lifetime low now. Never mind trying to play a top. I mean, this is a or a bottom. This is a lifetime low for CTSH. I mean, I know I'm chasing it, but sort of have a different feel about something that's making a lifetime low. Okay, guys. Well, it's 118, almost for sure. I'll be taking off around 2, unless there are questions right around 2 o'clock. All right. What about glue? Glue is just hanging over the VWAP, but it's close to the whole number. So I'm not. I love it if it could take. What did it get to the high? 22.36. So I'll put a price alert around 22. See if it does that, or I'm going to put a price alert right underneath the VWAP. Maybe if it takes out the VWAP, I might take a short in this. So I've sort of bracketed my price alerts and see if one way or the other, one of them triggers. All right, Mark from our YouTube room. Good luck on the ATLN 1-4 races. So let's take a look at where it is right now. Yeah, I mean, as long as it holds over, well, there's the VWAP. So as long as it holds over a dollar, and the VWAP is basically at a dollar. Well, there you go. Poe and Sky Q. So let's take a look at Sky Q. Poe is 247, round 1,000. Only round two for you. Okay. I was thinking about reshorting this run, but it's too close to the VWAP. However, what if it breaks down through the VWAP? 1360. Let me put a price alert there. Maybe I'll reshort that one. That was a nice short from early on in the day. Well, guys, listen. I do this from time to time. I may put myself on mute right now, and I'll hop back on if there's a question or I've got something to say. But right now, I'm just kind of in a holding pattern. All right, so I'm going to mute myself now, guys. Yeah, Ubi, I see that. Yeah, so this was an IPO, DPC. So this is a good one, obviously. IPO it was priced at $33, a bigger one than the one we saw earlier in the day. It raised almost $1 billion. $1 billion used to be a lot of money. Anyway, so this is yeah. So far this is pretty. This has been enthusiastically bought. What's the volume? Good volume, 12 million out of the UK. Interesting. What was the other one? Oh, you see, I thought you were talking about DSC. And when I looked at this one, I said, "Oh my gosh!" Because when I looked at the DSC the last time, it was around $13. But that's it. That was the other IPO for today, and it's still it's $17. Now I will put a price alert at the high here, okay? And let's see what happens tomorrow and going forward. But right now, $17 IPO sitting at 10 on its first day is, as they say, no bueno. Guys, I may head out right now. I don't see any questions at all. I know it's 10 to 2, but I just don't see any questions at all. I'll hang around another minute in case somebody's sitting there and says, "Yeah, I'd like to ask you a question." I'll always hang around for questions. Nope, no questions. Okay. YouTubers, I am stopping the stream now for YouTube. We'll see you guys tomorrow around 9 o'clock.